Dear listener, settle yourself comfortably now and let the weight of the day fall gently away from your shoulders. Tonight, we journey together into a tale woven from magic and memory, from friendship tested and courage quietly found. This is a story from the wizarding world you know so well. Yet it unfolds in the peaceful years that followed great trials, in a time when scars had softened and hope had taken root once more. Close your eyes if you wish, and breathe deeply. Let your mind drift toward the world of wands and wonder, where autumn leaves fall golden over ancient castles, and where the most profound magic often lies not in spells spoken aloud, but in the bonds between those who stand together against the dark. Our story begins on a crisp October evening, years after the fall of Lord Voldemort, in a cottage nestled at the edge of Godric's Hollow. The war had ended, as all wars must, and those who survived had built lives from the ashes of what was lost. Time, that most patient of healers, had worked its quiet magic upon the wizarding world, and peace, cautious, precious peace, had settled like morning dew upon the land. Harry Potter stood at the window of his study, watching the last light of day paint the sky in shades of amber and rose. His glasses caught the fading sunlight, and in his hand he held a cup of tea that had long since grown cold. He was 37 years old now, though sometimes he felt much older, and sometimes, in moments like these, when the world was soft and still, he felt like that 11-year-old boy who had first learned he was a wizard. The cottage around him breathed with gentle life. Downstairs, he could hear Ginny humming as she prepared dinner, and the sound of their children's laughter drifted up from the garden where they played a casual game of Quidditch, flying low and careful as their parents had taught them. It was an ordinary evening, blessed and unremarkable, the kind of evening Harry had once thought he might never live to see. But peace, Harry had learned, was not the absence of darkness. It was merely darkness held at bay, and sometimes, though he tried not to dwell on such thoughts, he wondered what shadows might still be gathering in the forgotten corners of the world. As if summoned by this very thought, a tawny owl appeared at his window, tapping its beak against the glass with an urgency that made Harry's heart quicken in a way he had hoped to forget. He recognized the owl. It belonged to Neville Longbottom, his old friend and companion from their Hogwarts days, now a respected professor of herbology and a man whose quiet strength Harry had come to rely upon more times than he could count. Harry opened the window, and the autumn air swept in, carrying the scent of wood smoke and dying leaves. The owl hopped onto his desk, extended its leg, and fixed him with an amber eye that seemed almost apologetic. Harry untied the letter with fingers that had begun, almost without his awareness, to tremble slightly. "Harry, I hope this letter finds you well, and I'm sorry to disturb your evening. I know we've all earned our peace, and I wouldn't write unless I thought it truly necessary. But something has come to my attention, whispers from abroad. Really, the kind of thing that might be nothing at all. Yet I find I cannot dismiss it, and I thought of you at once. There are rumors coming out of Eastern Europe, tales of a group calling themselves the heirs of Slytherin. At first, I dismissed it as the usual nonsense. You know how some young wizards love to play at being dark and mysterious. But the reports are growing more specific and more troubling. They speak of ancient relics being uncovered, of serpent magic being practiced in ways not seen since Salazar Slytherin's own time. There's talk of a prophecy, though no one seems to know its content. I've heard mentions of something called the seventh tongue of the serpent, though what that means, I cannot say. I know what I'm asking, Harry. I know what even the mention of Slytherin must stir in you. But if there's truth to any of this, if there truly are those seeking to resurrect the darkest parts of our history, well, I thought you should know. And more than that, I thought perhaps we should look into it together. I'll understand if you'd rather leave this to others. You've earned that right 100 times over. But somehow, I think this may require both of us. Your friend always, Neville Harry, read the letter twice, then a third time, as the light continued to fade from the sky and the first stars began to appear like distant, watchful eyes. Slytherin, the very name sent a chill through him that had nothing to do with the autumn air. He thought of the Chamber of Secrets, of the basilisk's dead yellow eyes, of Tom Riddle's diary, and the poison it had poured into Ginny's young mind. He thought of the locket Horcrux and the terrible weight it had pressed upon his soul. And he thought of his Parseltongue ability, that gift or curse that had marked him as similar to Voldemort in ways that had once terrified him. After the final battle, after the last fragment of Voldemort's soul had been purged from his own, the ability had faded. Harry had woken one morning to find that he could no longer understand the serpents in the zoo, could no longer speak that sibilant, unsettling language. He had been relieved, so deeply relieved that he had wept quietly in the shower where no one could see. Now, reading Neville's letter, he felt something stir within him. Not the ability itself, but the memory of it, and something else too. A sense of unfinished business, perhaps, or simply the knowledge that some burdens, once accepted, could never be entirely set down. Harry? Ginny's voice came from the doorway, gentle with concern. She had always been able to read him, even in the dark. What is it? He turned to her. This woman who had stood beside him through so much, whose love had been his anchor when the world seemed determined to tear him apart. Her red hair glowed in the lamplight like a living flame, and her eyes, those warm, fierce eyes, held his with steady understanding. "It's Neville," Harry said softly, handing her the letter. There might be trouble. In Eastern Europe." Ginny read quickly, her expression growing more serious with each line. When she finished, she looked up at him, and in her gaze he saw not fear, but resignation mixed with something that might have been pride. "You're going to go," she said. It wasn't a question. "I don't know," Harry replied honestly. "I want to say no. I want to stay here, with you and the children, and let someone else handle whatever this is. We've done our part, haven't we? We've fought our battles." "You have," Ginny agreed, crossing the room to stand beside him at the window. She took his hand in hers, threading their fingers together in a gesture so familiar it made his heart ache. "You've done more than your part, Harry. No one would blame you for staying home. No one would think less of you." "But," Harry prompted, hearing the unspoken word hanging between them. Ginny smiled, though there was sadness in it. "But you're Harry Potter," she said simply. "And if there's truly a threat, if there are people trying to resurrect the worst of our past, then they'll need you. And more than that, you'll need to go. Because not going, not knowing, that would haunt you worse than any danger you might face. Harry pulled her close, breathing in the scent of her hair, feeling the solid warmth of her against him. "I hate that you're right," he murmured. "I know," she whispered back. "But I also know you, and I know Neville. If he thinks this is worth investigating, then it probably is. He's not one to cry wolf, is he?" No, Harry thought. Neville was not. Neville, who had stood against Voldemort in the final battle, who had destroyed the last Horcrux with Gryffindor's sword, who had grown from a forgetful, anxious boy into a man of quiet, unshakable courage. Neville did not send urgent letters on a whim. That night, after dinner, after the children were tucked into bed with stories and kisses, Harry sat down and wrote his reply by wandlight. His handwriting was steady, though his heart was not. "Neville, you're right to be concerned, and you're right to write to me. I'll help, however I can. When do we leave? Harry." He sent the letter off with Neville's owl, watching it disappear into the night sky, and tried not to think of it as an omen. 3 days later, on a grey morning when mist clung to the ground like trailing robes, Neville Longbottom arrived at Godric's Hollow by Floo Powder, stepping out of the fireplace with his usual slight awkwardness, dusting ash from his travelling cloak. He had grown into his height over the years, had filled out and found a confidence that suited him like well-worn robes. His round face, once so often marked with anxiety, now bore the calm assurance of a man who knew his worth and his purpose. "Harry," he said warmly, gripping Harry's hand in both of his own, "thank you for agreeing to this. I know it's a lot to ask." "You do the same for me," Harry replied simply, because it was true, and because some friendships were forged in fires so intense that they could never truly cool. "What have you learned since you wrote?" They settled in the study with tea that Ginny brought before tactfully withdrawing, and Neville spread a series of papers across Harry's desk. There were maps marked with locations across Bulgaria, Romania, and the wild, mysterious regions beyond, places where magic still ran old and deep, where the wizarding communities lived according to traditions that predated the Statute of Secrecy. "The heirs of Slytherin," Neville began, his professor's voice taking over, clear and organized, "appear to have emerged about 6 months ago. At first, they were just another fringe group. You know the type. Young wizards fascinated by the dark and dramatic parts of history, more interested in looking dangerous than actually being dangerous." Harry nodded. Such groups appeared periodically, usually dissolving within months, when their members realized that actual dark magic required more than dramatic posturing. "But then," Neville continued, his expression darkening, "they started finding things, artifacts, old ones, Harry, from Slytherin's own time. There's talk of a vault that was discovered in the Carpathian Mountains, hidden by magic so old that modern detection spells couldn't even register it. The heirs claim to have accessed it and to have found, well, that's where the stories become difficult to verify." "What kind of artifacts?" Harry asked, though part of him didn't want to know. "Serpent relics," Neville said quietly. "Objects carved with snakes, imbued with Parseltongue magic, designed to respond only to those who can speak the language of serpents. There's mention of a staff, a crown, several amulets, but the one that concerns me most is something they call the seventh tongue." The name sent a chill down Harry's spine, though he couldn't say why. "What is it?" "That's just it. No one seems to know exactly, but there's a prophecy associated with it, supposedly spoken by a seer in Slytherin's own time. The heirs claim to have found a record of it in the vault. From what I have been able to piece together from various sources, it speaks of a seventh tongue of the Serpent that has the power to either bind or break ancient magic. Harry was quiet for a moment, processing this. Outside, the mist was beginning to lift, revealing a world that suddenly seemed less certain than it had just days before. And they think this seventh tongue is an artifact. That's their belief, Neville confirmed. They're searching for it, or trying to activate it, or something. The reports are confused and contradictory, but Harry... Neville hesitated, then pressed on. There's something else. Some of the witnesses, the local wizards who've encountered the heirs, they say the cult members seem drawn to the artifacts in a way that's not entirely voluntary, as if the objects themselves have a will, a purpose, as if they're calling to those with Slytherin blood or those who carry the ability to speak Parseltongue. Harry's hand, which had been reaching for his tea, stopped mid-air. Neville, I can't speak Parseltongue anymore. That ability died with Voldemort. You know that. I do know that, Neville said gently. But Harry, what if these artifacts don't know that? What if whatever magic they contain is ancient enough, powerful enough to draw out abilities that have gone dormant? Or what if the prophecy is about you specifically? You're the last known Parselmouth of our generation. I'm not a Parselmouth, Harry insisted, but even as he said it, he felt uncertain. In his dreams, these past few nights, since receiving Neville's letter, he had heard whispers in a language he shouldn't understand. He had dismissed it as anxiety, as his mind playing tricks. But now, maybe not, Neville agreed. But you were, and that has to mean something. And Harry, if there's even a chance that these artifacts are dangerous, that this cult is meddling with magic they don't understand, then we need to investigate. We need to understand what Slytherin actually created and why. Harry stood and walked to the window again, a habit he'd developed over the years when he needed to think. The mist had cleared entirely now, and he could see the graveyard in the distance where his parents lay buried, where so much of his story had begun. He thought of Voldemort, of Slytherin, of the terrible legacy of blood purity and dark ambition. He thought of his son, Albus Severus, named partly for the Hogwarts founder who had believed in the power of serpent magic for good or ill. There's something you're not telling me, Harry said quietly, still looking out at the graveyard. I can hear it in your voice. Behind him, Neville sighed. You always could read me too well. Yes, there's one more thing. The local authorities in Bulgaria contacted the ministry last week. They found 3 members of the heirs unconscious, near an excavation site in the mountains. When they were revived, all 3 said the same thing. They had heard the seventh tongue speaking to them. And Harry, they said it was speaking in your voice. The words hung in the air between them, impossible and terrifying, and somehow horribly inevitable. Harry closed his eyes, and in the darkness behind his lids, he could almost hear it, a sibilant whisper, ancient and patient, calling him towards something he couldn't yet name. When do we leave? He asked again, his voice steady despite the fear coiling in his chest like a serpent preparing to strike. Tomorrow morning, Neville replied. If you're still willing. Harry turned from the window and met his friend's eyes, In them, he saw the same determination that had carried Neville through the Battle of Hogwarts, the same loyalty that had kept him standing even when everything seemed lost. "I'm willing," Harry said. "But Neville, promise me something. If this goes wrong, if these artifacts do somehow bring back my Parseltongue ability, if I start to seem different or dangerous, promise me you'll do what needs to be done." Neville stood, crossing the room to grip Harry's shoulder firmly. "You're not Voldemort, Harry. You never were, and you never could be. Your Parseltongue was just an ability, not a curse. And if it does come back, we'll face that together. That's what friends do." And there, in that quiet study in Godric's Hollow, with the afternoon light slanting through the windows and the weight of unknown dangers pressing down upon them, the two friends clasped hands, a professor and an Auror, both heroes of a war they thought they'd left behind, preparing once more to face the shadows that refused to stay buried. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window panes like something trying to get in. Or perhaps, Harry thought, with a chill that went bone deep, like something trying to get out. Tomorrow they would journey east toward ancient mountains and older magic still. Tonight, Harry would hold his family close, memorizing the warmth of their embrace. And in his dreams, if serpents whispered in languages he shouldn't understand, he would try very hard not to listen. But even now, even before the journey had begun, he could feel it, something stirring in the depths of his mind, something that recognized the call of ancient serpent magic, something that had never truly been gone at all. It was merely sleeping, and now, slowly, it was beginning to wake. Breathe slowly, and let the story carry you gently forward, like a leaf floating on a quiet stream. The portkey that carried Harry and Neville to Bulgaria was an old leather-bound book, its pages yellowed with age and inscribed with Cyrillic characters that seemed to shimmer in the early morning light. They took it from the International Portkey office at the ministry, where a tired-looking wizard had handed it over with a warning to be careful in the mountain regions. The magical communities there, he'd said, kept to themselves and didn't always welcome British wizards, particularly those asking questions about dark magic. Harry felt the familiar hook behind his navel, that uncomfortable pull of portkey travel, and the world dissolved into a spinning blur of color and sound. When his feet touched solid ground again, he stumbled slightly, and Neville steadied him with a hand on his elbow, a gesture of friendship so automatic and long practiced that neither of them even acknowledged it. They stood in a cobblestone square in the wizarding quarter of Sofia, Bulgaria's capital. The architecture here was different from the magical England Harry knew so well. The buildings were older, constructed of pale stone that seemed to glow softly in the autumn sunlight, with domed roofs adorned with intricate mosaics depicting magical creatures and ancient symbols. Gargoyles perched on corners, their stone eyes watchful and somehow more alive than their British counterparts. The air smelled of exotic spices, of magic worked in different ways than Harry was accustomed to, and underneath it all, something else, something ancient and mineral, like the scent of deep caves or forgotten crypts. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Neville murmured, looking around with the appreciative eye of someone who had travelled more widely in recent years, gathering rare magical plants from every corner of the globe. "But different. The magic here feels older somehow." more connected to the earth itself. Harry nodded, understanding what Neville meant. In Britain, magic had been codified, organized, regulated by centuries of ministry control. Here, in these eastern lands where the Roman Empire had once held sway, and where empires had risen and fallen like tides, magic seemed to run deeper and wilder, less tamed by wizarding laws and modern sensibilities. They made their way through the square, where witches and wizards went about their morning business, buying ingredients from apothecaries whose windows displayed substances Harry didn't recognize, haggling over wands carved from woods that didn't grow in British forests, speaking in rapid Bulgarian that rose and fell like music. A few people glanced at them with curiosity, marking them as foreigners by their British-style robes and their obvious uncertainty about where they were going. Their contact was waiting for them at a small cafe at the edge of the square, sitting at a table beneath a canopy of enchanted grapevines that grew despite the autumn chill, their leaves turning gold and crimson even as heavy purple grapes hung in impossible clusters. The witch who rose to greet them was perhaps 50 years old, with sharp grey eyes and silver hair bound back in a severe braid. She wore robes of deep burgundy embroidered with protective runes that Harry recognized from his Auror training, serious magic, the kind that suggested she expected trouble. Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom. Her English was excellent, accented but clear. I am Silvana Antonova. Thank you for coming so far. Please sit. They settled at the table, and a waiter appeared, as if by magic, which, Harry supposed, it probably was, bearing small cups of strong, sweet coffee that steamed in the cool air. Silvana waited until the waiter had departed before speaking again, her voice dropping to a tone meant for their ears alone. I apologize for the cryptic nature of my correspondence with your ministry, she began. But we are dealing with matters that many in our community would prefer to keep private. There is shame, you understand, in admitting that such darkness has taken root here, in our mountains, in places we considered sacred and safe. We're not here to judge, Harry assured her quietly. We're here to help if we can, and to understand what's happening. Silvana studied him for a long moment, and Harry had the uncomfortable sensation of being evaluated, measured against some internal standard. Then she nodded, as if he had passed some unspoken test. The heirs of Slytherin, she said, her voice carrying a weight of distaste. They appeared 6 months ago, as Mr. Longbottom's sources have surely told you. At first, we thought them merely foolish young wizards playing at being dark and mysterious. Such groups come and go. They perform their rituals, declare themselves the inheritors of some ancient power, and then disperse when reality fails to match their dramatic fantasies. But these didn't disperse, Neville prompted gently. No, Silvana agreed, her expression darkening. They did not, because they found something, gentlemen, something real. There is a place in the Carpathian Mountains, deep in the wild magic of the forest there, where few wizards venture. It is said to be cursed, though perhaps protected would be a better word. The local people have always known there was something there, something old and powerful, buried beneath stone and spell, but no one could access it. The protective enchantments were beyond anything we could break or bypass. Until, Harry prompted, leaning forward slightly. Until 3 months ago, when a young wizard named Dmitri Volkov claimed he heard it calling to him. Sylvana wrapped her hands around her coffee cup as if seeking warmth, though the morning was not particularly cold. He was a student of ancient magic, fascinated by Salazar Slytherin's work, particularly his research into serpent magic and Parseltongue. Dmitri traveled to the mountains following old legends, old stories, and he found a door. The way she said the word made it clear this was no ordinary door. Harry felt a chill run down his spine that had nothing to do with the autumn breeze rustling through the enchanted grapevines above them. A door carved with serpents, Sylvana continued, her voice taking on a storytelling quality, as if she were recounting a fairy tale that had turned unexpectedly dark. Stone serpents, twined around each other in patterns that hurt the eyes to look upon. And when Dmitri stood before it, the serpents began to move. Not physically, you understand, but in the way that portraits move at Hogwarts, with a life that is not quite life, but something other. They spoke to him. In Parseltongue, Harry said quietly. It wasn't a question. In Parseltongue, Sylvana confirmed, her grey eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made him want to look away. Though Dmitri could not speak it himself, he heard the words, felt them more than heard them, he said later. And he understood, in some deep part of himself, that this place had been waiting for someone who could answer. But he couldn't, Neville said, his practical mind working through the problem. Because he wasn't a Parselmouth. Exactly. But Dmitri was clever in the dangerous way that ambitious young wizards can be clever. He began to gather others, those with Slytherin ancestry, those fascinated by the darker aspects of magical history, those who believed that Salazar Slytherin had been misunderstood, that his magic was meant for greatness rather than darkness. They called themselves the heirs of Slytherin, and they dedicated themselves to opening that door. Sylvana paused to sip her coffee, her eyes distant, remembering. The square around them had grown busier as the morning progressed, but their conversation remained private, protected by subtle, silencing charms that Sylvana had woven around their table with the ease of long practice. It took them 2 months of research, of attempting every spell and incantation they could find related to Parseltongue magic. And then, one night during the new moon, they succeeded, not by speaking Parseltongue themselves, but by using a ritual that mimicked its patterns, its rhythms. They forced the door open, gentlemen, and they found a vault beyond, a chamber carved into the living rock of the mountain, filled with artifacts that should have remained lost to time. What kind of artifacts? Harry asked, though he dreaded the answer. Sylvana reached into her robes and withdrew a small leather journal, its pages covered in neat handwriting interspersed with sketches. She opened it to a marked page and slid it across the table to them. Harry and Neville leaned in together, studying the drawings. There was a staff, tall and carved from what looked like bone or ivory, its length wrapped with serpents, whose scales were rendered in painstaking detail. A crown of silver, its band formed from intertwined snakes with emerald eyes. Several amulets and rings, each bearing the mark of the serpent in various forms. And at the bottom of the page, sketched with a hand that seemed to have trembled in the drawing, was something else, a box or case of some kind, covered in runes that seemed to writhe and shift even in the static sketch. This last one, Harry said, tapping the drawing with his finger. What is it? That, Sylvana said quietly, is what the heirs call the seventh tongue. Though whether it is truly the artifact mentioned in the prophecy, or merely something they have convinced themselves is important, we cannot say. It is a container, sealed with magic so old and complex that even our best curse breakers have been unable to understand its full purpose. The runes on its surface are in a dialect of Parseltongue, not the spoken language, but something written which should be impossible. Parseltongue is not meant to be written, you see. It is a spoken magic, tied to the voice and the intent behind it. But someone found a way to write it, Neville murmured, his scholarly interest clearly piqued despite the danger. That alone would be a remarkable magical achievement. Remarkable and terrifying, Sylvana agreed, because writing Parseltongue means fixing it in place, giving it a permanence that spoken magic does not have. It means creating spells that can last for centuries, millennia even, without fading. It means whatever is in that box has been sealed there for a very long time, Harry finished, understanding dawning cold and clear in his mind. And it was sealed for a reason. Precisely. Sylvana closed the journal and returned it to her robes. The heirs believe they have found a great treasure, a source of power that will prove Slytherin's genius to the world. They speak of unlocking ancient magic, of restoring the true heritage of serpent magic to its rightful place. But Harry Potter, she leaned forward, her grey eyes boring into his. I have lived a long time, and I have studied old magic all my life. I know the difference between magic that empowers and magic that imprisons. This box, this seventh tongue, it was not created to give power. It was created to contain something, to keep something locked away. The words settled over the table like a heavy blanket, suffocating and inescapable. Around them, the morning continued its normal rhythms. Wizards laughing, children running between the market stalls, the clink of coins and the rustle of parchment. But at their small table beneath the golden grapevines, the three of them sat in the shadow of something much darker. You said 3 members of the heirs were found unconscious, Harry said after a moment. What happened to them? Sylvana's expression grew troubled. They had attempted a ritual to communicate with the box, to hear what they called the voice of the seventh tongue. The ritual required blood, their own blood, and words spoken in what they believed was Parseltongue. Though it was merely an approximation, words learned phonetically, without true understanding. The ritual failed, or perhaps it succeeded in ways they did not expect. They collapsed, all 3 at once, and when we found them and brought them back to consciousness, they were changed. Changed how? Neville asked, concern evident in his voice. They spoke of dreams, waking dreams, they called them. Visions of serpents coiling through darkness, of whispers in a language they could not quite grasp, but almost understood. And they all reported hearing the same voice, speaking with the authority of the box itself, speaking in Parseltongue that somehow translated itself in their minds. Sylvana paused, her gaze locking onto Harry with an intensity that made his breath catch. They said the voice sounded like yours, Mr. Potter. Like the boy who lived, speaking words of binding and release, of prison and prophecy. Harry felt his hands clench involuntarily around his coffee cup. That's impossible. I haven't been near Bulgaria, and I haven't spoken Parseltongue in years. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. The ability is gone. Is it? Sylvana asked softly. Or is it merely sleeping, waiting for the right call to awaken it? The heirs believe, and our own researchers have begun to suspect, that the box is not merely a container. It is a bridge, a connection between past and present, between Slytherin's time and our own. And it is searching, Mr. Potter, searching for the one who can truly understand it, truly hear what it has to say. You think it's searching for me? Harry said flatly. I think, Sylvana replied carefully, that you are the last known Parselmouth of this age, the one who defeated the Dark Lord, who also possessed that gift. I think that whatever is sealed in that box, it recognizes power when it senses it. And I think that the heirs, in their fumbling attempts to unlock its secrets, have created a connection, a thread of magic reaching out across distance, seeking the one who could truly open it, whether you want that connection or not. A silence fell over them then, heavy with implications. Harry looked at Neville and saw his own concerns reflected in his friend's face, the worry, the determination, and underneath it all, the familiar weight of responsibility that both of them had learned to carry at far too young an age. We need to see it, Harry said finally. The box, the vault, all of it. We need to understand what we're dealing with before the heirs do something that can't be undone. I agree, Sylvana said, relief evident in her voice. And I hoped you would say that. The Bulgarian ministry has authorized me to take you to the site, though they ask for discretion. If word spreads that Harry Potter himself has come to investigate, it could draw unwanted attention from the heirs, from other dark wizards who might wish to claim whatever power lies in that vault, from the press who would turn this into a circus. We can be discreet, Neville assured her. When can we go? Tomorrow, at first light. The journey into the mountains is not easy, and we will need daylight to navigate the protective spells that still surround the area. Tonight, I have arranged lodging for you in the magical quarter, a safe place where you can rest and prepare. She stood, and they rose with her. I know this is not what you wanted, Mr. Potter. I know you have already given so much, fought so many battles, but I believe your presence here may be the only thing that prevents a catastrophe. As they left the cafe and made their way through the bustling square toward the inn where Sylvana had arranged their rooms, Harry felt it again. That sensation he had been trying to ignore since reading Neville's letter, that whisper at the back of his mind, like a voice speaking just below the threshold of hearing. He could almost make out words, almost understand the sibilant patterns of a language he had thought forever lost to him. And the most terrifying part was not that he could hear it. The most terrifying part was that somewhere deep inside, in a place he didn't want to examine too closely, he wanted to understand it. He wanted to know what the seventh tongue was trying to say. That night, in a small room in a Bulgarian inn, while Neville slept soundly in the next room, and the sounds of the magical quarter drifted up through the window, Harry lay awake and listened to the serpents, whispering in his dreams. They spoke of prisons and prophecies, of magic sealed away for the good of the world, and of doors that, once opened, could never quite be closed again. And in a voice that might have been his own, or might have been something much older wearing his voice like a cloak, they whispered a single word over and over. Come, close your eyes, and let the story carry you forward, gentle as a whisper, steady as the turning of pages in an old, old book. Dawn came to the Bulgarian mountains wrapped in silver mist, the kind that clung to the valleys and transformed familiar shapes into something mysterious and otherworldly. Harry stood at the window of his inn room, watching the sun struggle to break through the fog, and tried to shake off the remnants of his dreams filled with serpents that spoke in riddles, with corridors of stone that wound endlessly downward, with a voice that was his own and yet not his own, calling out in a language he shouldn't understand but somehow did. He had not told Neville about the dreams. There seemed little point in worrying his friend with shadows and whispers that might mean nothing at all. But Harry's hand trembled slightly as he buttoned his travelling robes, and when he caught sight of himself in the mirror, he saw the same haunted look that had been there during the Horcrux hunt, during those dark months when he had carried a piece of Voldemort's soul within him without knowing it. "It's different this time," he told himself firmly. "You're not carrying a Horcrux. You're not being possessed. This is just an artifact, just old magic, nothing more." But even as he thought it, he heard the whisper again, that sibilant, seductive sound that might have been the wind through the eaves, or might have been something else entirely. They met Sylvana in the inn's small dining room, where breakfast was laid out in the Bulgarian style. Fresh bread and white cheese, honey and walnuts, strong tea that steamed in delicate glasses. Neville ate with the practical determination of someone preparing for a long journey, but Harry found he had little appetite. The food tasted like ash in his mouth, and everything seemed slightly muted, as if a veil had been drawn between him and the world. "The mountains are a 3-hour journey by broom," Sylvana explained as they prepared to depart. "The Carpathians are wild here, untamed by wizard or muggle. The magic is old, older than Hogwarts, older than many of the great wizarding schools. It is earth magic, forest magic, the kind that runs deep in the roots of things and does not forget." They left the inn and the city behind, flying north and east into increasingly remote territory. Below them, the landscape transformed from cultivated valleys to dense forests of pine and oak, from small wizarding villages to absolute wilderness. The air grew colder as they climbed in altitude, and Harry pulled his cloak tighter around himself, grateful for the warming charms Neville had cast before they departed. The mountains rose before them like the spine of some great sleeping creature, their peaks still dusted with early snow despite it being only October. Eagles wheeled in the clear air above them, and once Harry thought he saw something larger, perhaps a dragon, wild and unclaimed, soaring among the highest crags where even wizards rarely ventured. The sight should have been exhilarating, but instead Harry felt only a growing sense of unease, as if they were flying not towards something, but into something, crossing an invisible boundary between the safe world they knew and something far more ancient and ambiguous. After what felt like both an eternity and no time at all, Sylvana began to descend toward a narrow valley carved between two towering peaks. Here the forest grew so thick that the ground was barely visible, and the shadows beneath the trees seemed darker than natural shadows should be, as if they possessed a weight and substance all their own. They landed in a small clearing where the grass grew unnaturally green despite the season, and where standing stones marked with faded runes formed a rough circle. "This is the outer boundary," Sylvana said quietly, dismounting from her broom and pulling it close as if for comfort. "Beyond this point, the protective enchantments begin. They were placed here long ago. By whom we cannot say with certainty, though the style suggests Slytherin's own hand or those who learn directly from him. The wards are keyed to prevent intrusion, but they are old and weakening. The heirs found a way through, and we have borrowed their method. She withdrew a small silver flask from her robes and offered it to Harry. Dragon's blood, freely given, mixed with essence of serpent and ash from a lightning-struck tree. It will mark you as a seeker of knowledge rather than an enemy, or so we believe. The wards may still test you, but they should not strike to kill. Should not, Neville repeated dryly, but he took the flask and drank without hesitation, then passed it to Harry. The liquid tasted of smoke and copper, of wild places and older bargains. As soon as Harry swallowed, he felt it, a sensation like a key turning in a lock somewhere deep inside him, as if some door he had thought firmly closed had just opened a crack, letting in a draught of cold air and distant whispers. He gasped involuntarily, and Sylvana caught his elbow to steady him. "The first time is always difficult," she said with sympathy. "The potion attunes you to the magic of this place, and that magic is not gentle. Can you continue?" Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. Already he could feel it, the pull of the place, the sense of something vast and patient waiting just beyond the trees, something that knew he was coming and was pleased by his approach. The whispers in his mind grew louder, more distinct, though still not quite comprehensible. It was like listening to a conversation in the next room, hearing the rhythm and cadence of speech without making out the actual words. They walked into the forest, following a path that was not quite a path, more of a suggestion in the undergrowth, a place where the trees grew slightly less densely, and the shadows fell in patterns that guided rather than hindered. The deeper they went, the more Harry became aware of the watching presence of the forest itself. Trees leaned in as they passed, their branches rustling, though there was no wind. Small animals observed them from the undergrowth with eyes that gleamed too intelligently to be merely animal. Once, Harry could have sworn he saw a face in the bark of an ancient oak, a woman's face, beautiful and terrible, regarding them with an expression of neither welcome nor rejection, but simple, eternal observation. "The forest remembers," Sylvana murmured, following Harry's gaze. "It was here when Slytherin walked these mountains, and it will be here long after we are dust. It judges us by standards we can barely comprehend, by our intentions perhaps, or by the weight of our souls. Walk carefully, speak quietly, and show respect. The old places do not forgive arrogance." After perhaps an hour of walking, though time felt strange here, elastic and uncertain, they came to a cliff face of dark stone that rose up suddenly from the forest floor like a wall between worlds. The rock was covered in moss and lichen, ancient and weathered, unremarkable except for one detail, carved into its surface, so subtly that they might have been natural formations if one didn't look closely, were serpents, dozens of them, hundreds perhaps, twining and coiling across the stone in patterns that made Harry's eyes water when he tried to follow them. They were rendered in a style that was both crude and sophisticated, as if the artist had cared nothing for beauty and everything for meaning. And in the center of the cliff face, exactly as Sylvana had described, was a door. It was carved directly into the living rock, its outline barely distinguishable from the surrounding stone, except for the serpents that framed it. 2 great serpents, mirror images of each other, rising up on either side and meeting at the apex in a knot so complex it seemed to fold in on itself, to extend into dimensions that Harry's mind couldn't quite process. The serpent's eyes were empty hollows, but Harry had the uncomfortable certainty that they could see nonetheless, that they were watching him with an attention that was both ancient and utterly present. "This is it," Sylvanas said, unnecessarily. "The heirs forced it open 3 months ago, and we have kept it under guard ever since. But the magic here, it resists our presence. It tolerates us, but it does not welcome us. You will feel the difference immediately, I think." She was right. As Harry approached the door, he felt the magic of the place shift, like a great beast rolling over in its sleep, turning its attention toward him. The whispers in his mind grew suddenly sharp and clear, no longer muffled by distance or incomprehension. And Harry realized, with a shock that went through him like ice water, that he could understand them. They were speaking Parseltongue, and for the first time in years, since the fragment of Voldemort's soul had been destroyed, Harry could understand that sibilant, serpentine language as clearly as if it were English. "Come closer," the serpents whispered, their voices layered and echoing as if speaking from very far away or very deep within the earth. "Come closer, speaker, heir, one who carries the tongue of serpents even when you believe it lost. We have waited so long, so very long, for one who could truly hear." Harry's feet moved forward without his conscious decision, drawn by the pull of the voices, the magnetism of the ancient magic. Dimly, he was aware of Neville calling his name with concern, of Sylvana's sharp intake of breath. But these seemed distant and unimportant compared to the overwhelming presence of the door and the serpents that guarded it. He stopped inches from the stone, so close that he could see the individual chisel marks that had carved these serpents from the living rock, could see the faint shimmer of magic that played across their scales, like oil on water. And as he stood there, transfixed, the serpents began to move. Not physically, the stone remained stone, but in some other way that bypassed the physical entirely. Their coils shifted in a dimension Harry couldn't name, their patterns rearranging themselves into new configurations, new meanings. And as they moved, they spoke, and Harry heard every word with a clarity that was both wonderful and terrifying. "You are the one," they said, their voices merging into a single strand of meaning. "You carry the mark, the gift, the burden of the tongue. But do you know why you carry it? Do you understand what it means to speak the language of serpents?" "No," Harry whispered, and was startled to hear his own voice emerge as a hiss, as Parseltongue, as if some door inside him had opened and the language had come flooding out like water from a broken dam. "I never asked for this gift. It was given to me by accident, by dark magic, by Voldemort's curse that failed to kill me." "Was it?" the serpents asked, and there was something that might have been amusement in their tone, or perhaps pity. "Are you so certain? The tongue of serpents is older than your Dark Lord, older than his name or his ambitions. It is a language of truth and binding, of speaking to the deepest nature of things. It cannot be given by accident, only recognized in those who already possess the potential for it." "That's not true," Harry said, still speaking in that strange hissing language that felt both foreign and intimately familiar. "I only had it because I carried a piece of Voldemort's soul. When that was destroyed, the ability went with it. did it. The serpent's voices were gentle now, almost kind. Or did you simply stop listening? The tongue does not leave, speaker. It merely waits, patient as serpents are patient, until it is needed again. And now it is needed. Now you must remember what you have tried so hard to forget. Behind him, Harry was vaguely aware of Neville and Sylvana speaking in urgent tones, but he couldn't make out their words. All his attention was focused on the serpents, on their hypnotic movements and their terrifying truths. "What is inside?" Harry asked, gesturing toward the door. "What did Slytherin seal here?" "A question with many answers," the serpents replied. "What is sealed here is both prison and prisoner, both lock and key, both danger and safeguard. You ask what, but you should ask why. Why did Salazar Slytherin, the most powerful Parselmouth of his age, choose to seal something here, in these remote mountains, behind wards that would last for millennia? To protect the world from something dangerous," Harry said slowly, working through it. "To keep something contained that should not be released." "Yes," the serpents confirmed. "But also no. For what is sealed here is not an enemy to be imprisoned, but a power to be contained. Not darkness to be hidden, but light so bright it would blind those who looked upon it unprepared. Slytherin understood something that others of his time did not, that the greatest magics are not good or evil, but simply powerful, and power, uncontrolled, will always tend toward destruction, regardless of the intent behind it." Harry felt his mind reeling, trying to comprehend what the serpents were telling him. The heirs think they're unlocking a great treasure, a source of power that will prove Slytherin's greatness. "The heirs are fools," the serpents said flatly. "Ambitious children, playing with forces they cannot begin to understand. They have touched the surface of what lies here and convinced themselves they have plumbed its depths. They have heard echoes and mistaken them for the true voice. They seek power without understanding, mastery without wisdom." "And what do you seek?" Harry asked, the question rising unbidden. "What do these wards want? What does this place want from me?" The serpents were silent for a long moment, their carved coils frozen in contemplation. Then softly, almost sadly, "We seek what we have always sought, a worthy guardian, one who understands the weight of the burden, who has faced darkness and chosen light, who carries the tongue of serpents, but is not ruled by it. Slytherin could not find such a one in his lifetime, so he sealed this place and set us to wait. We have waited through centuries, through the rise and fall of kingdoms, through wars and peace and wars again. And now, you have come, Harry Potter, the one who destroyed the last great Parselmouth, the one who carries the tongue but refuses its power." "I don't want this," Harry said, and he was surprised to hear the break in his voice, the raw honesty of it. "I don't want to be special, don't want to carry this burden. I've earned my peace, I've done my part." "We know," the serpents whispered, and now their voices were filled with a compassion that nearly undid him. "We know what you have suffered, what you have sacrificed, what you have lost. We would not ask this of you if there were any other way. But the heirs have broken the outer seals, and what lies within is beginning to wake. Soon it will be beyond containment, beyond control. And when that happens, the world will need someone who can speak to it, who can understand it, who can make the choice that Slytherin himself once made, to bind instead of use, to protect instead of possess." "What is it?" Harry demanded, his voice rising. "Stop speaking in riddles and tell me plainly. What is sealed in this vault? The serpent's eyes, those hollow, empty sockets, suddenly blazed with green light, a light the exact shade of the killing curse, and Harry felt the full weight of their ancient attention fall upon him like a physical thing. The seventh tongue, they said, and the words resonated through the clearing, through the forest, through Harry's very bones. The final secret language that Slytherin discovered in the depths of his research. Not Parseltongue, which is merely the speech of serpents, but something older and more fundamental, the language of magic itself, the words that shaped the world before wizards walked upon it, the true names of things that, once spoken, cannot be unspoken. Harry's breath caught in his throat. That's impossible. No such language exists. It does, the serpents replied calmly, and Slytherin found it, spoke it, and realized too late what he had done. For to speak the true name of a thing is to have absolute power over it. To speak the true name of magic itself is to be able to reshape reality according to one's will. In the wrong hands, with the wrong intentions, it would be a power beyond imagining, beyond even the Deathly Hallows, beyond any artifact or spell ever created. It would be godhood for all practical purposes. And Slytherin sealed it away, Harry said, understanding flooding through him, because even he knew it was too dangerous to use, especially because he knew the serpents corrected. He spoke one word of the seventh tongue, one single word, and saw what it could do, and he was terrified. So he sealed his knowledge in a box, locked it with every protection he could devise, and hid it here, in these mountains, where only those with the greatest need and the purest intent might find it. He hoped that by the time it was discovered, wizardkind would have grown wise enough to understand the danger, to choose containment over use. But instead, we have the heirs. Neville's voice cut in suddenly, and Harry realized his friend had been standing close enough to hear everything, had perhaps understood the gist, even though Harry had been speaking Parseltongue. Ambitious fools who want to unlock ultimate power without understanding what that power truly means. The serpent's attention shifted to Neville, and Harry felt a moment of relief at no longer being the sole focus of that ancient gaze. The friend speaks wisdom, the serpents acknowledged, but wisdom alone will not be enough. The heirs have already begun the ritual to open the box. It is slow work. They lack the true tongue to speak the commands properly, so they must work around the edges, chipping away at the wards like mice gnawing at a granary door. But they will succeed, given time. Already, the seals weaken. Already we can feel the pressure building, the magic stirring, the words of the seventh tongue beginning to wake and remember themselves. Then we stop them, Harry said firmly, switching back to English with an effort that felt like pulling himself up from deep water. We find the heirs, we stop their ritual, and we seal this place properly, with modern wards, with international cooperation, with whatever it takes. You can try, the serpents said, and now their tone carried a note of sadness. But Harry Potter, do you not understand? It is too late for simple prevention. The box is opening. Slowly, yes, but inevitably. The only question now is who will be there when it opens, who will speak to the seventh tongue when it wakes, who will have the strength to seal it away again, rather than use it. This is why the magic called to you, why your voice echoed in the minds of those foolish enough to touch the box directly. Because the seventh tongue recognizes you, Harry Potter. It knows you as one who has held ultimate power, the Deathly Hallows, mastery over death itself, and chosen to lay that power down. "I don't want it," Harry repeated, but the words sounded hollow even to his own ears. "We know," the serpents whispered, "and that is precisely why you must be the one. Because you do not want it. Because you understand that some powers are meant to be refused, some doors meant to stay closed, some words meant to remain unspoken. Enter the vault, Harry Potter. See what Slytherin left behind. And when the time comes, when the box opens and the seventh tongue speaks, be ready to answer it with silence, with refusal, with the strength to walk away from godhood." The door in the cliff face swung slowly open, revealing a passage that led down into absolute darkness, into the heart of the mountain itself. And from that darkness, Harry heard it, not with his ears, but with that deeper sense that Parseltongue had awakened, the sound of something vast and patient, stirring in its ancient sleep, beginning to wake. The passage into the mountain was narrow at first, barely wide enough for them to walk single file, with Harry in the lead and his wand raised high, its light pushing back against a darkness that seemed almost solid, almost sentient in its resistance to illumination. Sylvana came behind him, her own wand adding its glow to his, and Neville brought up the rear, his hand never straying far from his wand pocket, ready for whatever might emerge from the shadows. The walls on either side were carved with serpents, not the elaborate moving serpents of the outer door, but simpler designs, hundreds upon hundreds of them, spiraling down into the depths in patterns that made Harry's head swim if he looked at them too long. Each serpent was slightly different from its neighbors, as if whoever had carved them had been documenting not just one creature, but an entire taxonomy of serpentine forms, from the smallest garden snake to great worms that could swallow mountains. Slytherin was obsessed, Sylvana murmured from behind Harry, her voice hushed as if they walked through a cathedral rather than a cave. With cataloguing, understanding, mastering every aspect of serpent nature, he believed that in understanding serpents, he could understand the fundamental nature of magic itself, patient, subtle, capable of shedding old skins and emerging renewed. The passage began to widen and descend more steeply, carved steps appearing beneath their feet, worn smooth by time and perhaps by ancient footsteps long since turned to dust. The air grew colder as they descended, and Harry's breath misted in the wand light. He could feel the weight of the mountain above them, thousands of tons of stone and earth pressing down, and he had to consciously fight back the panic that threatened to rise in his throat. Memories of being buried alive, of tight spaces and suffocating darkness. But underneath the fear, he felt something else, that pull, that magnetic attraction growing stronger with every step downward. The whispers in his mind had faded when they entered the passage, as if the serpents on the door had said all they needed to say, and now waited in silence to see what choice he would make. Yet Harry could still feel the presence of something ahead, something vast and patient, drawing him forward like a fish on a line. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, the passage opened abruptly into a chamber so large that their wandlight couldn't reach its far walls or ceiling. The sense of space was overwhelming after the confining passage, and Harry stopped at the threshold, raising his wand higher and murmuring, "Lumos Maxima." Light burst from his wand in a brilliant sphere and floated upward, expanding as it rose, finally revealing the true scope of the chamber. It was circular, perhaps 100 feet in diameter, with a domed ceiling that rose to a point high above, carved with constellations that seemed to move and shift in the wandlight, tracking the movements of stars that no longer existed or had not yet been born. The walls were lined with alcoves, each containing artifacts that gleamed with an inner light. The staff, the crown, the amulets and rings that Sylvana had shown them in her sketches, and dozens of other objects whose purposes Harry could only guess at. But it was the center of the chamber that drew the eye, that commanded attention, that seemed to pull at Harry's very soul. There, on a raised dais of black stone veined with silver, rested a box. It was smaller than Harry had expected, no larger than a book, perhaps 8 inches long and 6 inches wide, carved from some dark wood that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Its surface was covered in runes that writhed and shifted, even as Harry watched, forming patterns that hurt to look at directly, that suggested meanings just beyond the edge of comprehension. Silver bands wrapped around the box, and where they crossed, they were locked with seals of green wax stamped with the mark of Slytherin, a serpent devouring its own tail, the Ouroboros, symbol of eternity and endless return. But the seals were cracking. Harry could see it clearly, even from where he stood at the edge of the chamber, thin fractures running through the wax like lightning through a dark sky, spreading slowly but inevitably, the green light that seeped from within growing brighter with each passing moment. Sweet Merlin, Neville breathed beside him, his usual calm shaken by the sight. It's really opening. The heirs have been working a ritual for weeks, Sylvana said grimly, moving past Harry to approach the dais cautiously, her wand held before her like a talisman against dark magic. They come at night, speak their approximations of Parseltongue, spill their blood on the seals. Each ritual weakens them a little more. At this rate, we have perhaps 3 days before the box opens completely. Then we seal it again, Harry said, forcing his feet to move forward, even though every instinct screamed at him to turn and run, to flee this place of ancient power and terrible choices. We use stronger magic, modern wards, whatever it takes. But even as he said it, he knew it was futile. The serpents on the door had already told him the truth. This was inevitable, unstoppable, a tide that had been rising for centuries and would not be turned back by any spell he knew or could learn. The box was opening, and all they could do was be ready when it did. As Harry climbed the steps to the dais, the whispers returned. Not the voices of the door serpents, but something else. Something that came from the box itself. They were faint at first, barely distinguishable from the sound of his own breathing, but they grew clearer with each step, resolving into words in a language that was and wasn't Parseltongue. Something older, more fundamental, as if Parseltongue itself was merely a shadow of this deeper tongue. Harry Potter, the voice whispered, and it was neither male nor female, neither young nor old, but something outside such categories entirely. The one who lived when he should have died, the one who died when he should have lived, the one who held the hallows and chose to release them. We have been waiting for you. Harry stopped at the edge of the dais, his heart pounding so hard he thought it might burst from his chest. What are you? He asked in Parseltongue, the language flowing from his lips as naturally as breathing. as if it had never been gone at all. "We are words," the voice replied. "The first words, the true words, the words that were spoken before language existed, when magic itself was young and learning to know itself. We are the seventh tongue, the language of creation and destruction, of binding and loosing, of truth so profound it rewrites reality to match itself." "Slytherin sealed you away," Harry said, his voice steady despite his fear. He recognized you were too dangerous to be used. "Salazar was wise," the voice acknowledged. "He spoke one word of our language, just one, and shaped reality with it. He created life from nothing, called forth a serpent from pure magic, a creature that had never existed, and yet suddenly did, as fully real as if it had been born of natural processes. And he was terrified, because he understood the implications. If one word could create life, what could 10 words do? What could 100? What could one who mastered our language entirely accomplish?" "Godhood," Harry whispered, remembering what the door serpents had said. "Complete mastery over reality itself. Or complete destruction," the voice countered. "For to reshape reality is to risk unmaking it entirely." Each word spoken in the seventh tongue ripples outward, changing not just the present, but the past and future as well, rewriting the fundamental laws that hold the universe together. Speak carelessly, and you could erase magic itself from existence. Speak wrongly, and you could turn the world inside out, could make death meaningless, or make life impossible. The power is absolute, and therefore absolutely dangerous. Neville had climbed the dais behind Harry, his presence a solid, reassuring weight at Harry's shoulder. "Then it should stay sealed," he said firmly, speaking in English, but somehow Harry knew the box understood every word. "Whatever you are, whatever power you represent, the world doesn't need you. We've managed for thousands of years without the seventh tongue. We can continue to manage." "Can you?" the voice asked, and there was something that might have been amusement in its tone. "Can you truly say the world needs no change, no improvement, no correction of the fundamental injustices and sufferings that plague all living things? Harry Potter knows the cost of such suffering. He has seen friends die, has felt the pain of loss, has watched innocents suffer for no crime, but existing in a world where dark wizards seek power. With the seventh tongue, he could change all of that. He could speak the word that makes death reversible. He could speak the word that prevents dark magic from ever taking root in human hearts. He could remake the world into something better, something kinder, something without the pain he has known so well. The temptation was immediate and overwhelming. Harry felt it crash over him like a wave. The possibility of fixing everything, of undoing all the hurt and loss, of speaking words that would bring back his parents, Sirius, Remus, Tonks, Fred, and all the others who had fallen in the wars against darkness. The power to make it so that Voldemort had never existed, that his own childhood had been happy and safe, that the wizarding world had never known the terror of Dark Lords and their followers. His hand reached out toward the box almost of its own accord, trembling with the force of his desire and his fear. "Harry, no!" Neville's hand clamped down on his wrist, pulling him back with surprising strength. "This is what it does. This is how it tempts you. Don't listen to it." Harry blinked, feeling as if he were waking from a dream, and snatched his hand back, cradling it against his chest, as if it had been burned. I know." Neville said gently. But you didn't. You stopped yourself. That's what matters. The friend is wise, the voice from the box said, and now it sounded almost approving. But he is also naive. You cannot stop the opening, Harry Potter. The seals are breaking. In 3 days, perhaps less, this box will open and the knowledge within will be released into the world. The only question is who will be here to receive it. Will it be the heirs, ambitious and foolish, who would speak the words without understanding their cost? Will it be those who would use the seventh tongue for conquest, for domination, for the remaking of the world according to their own dark visions? Or will it be me? Harry finished quietly, understanding flooding through him with terrible clarity. You're saying I have to be here when the box opens? I have to be the one who, what? Claims the knowledge, speaks the words, becomes the keeper of this power? No, the voice said, and for the first time, Harry heard emotion in it. Something that might have been sadness or respect, or perhaps both. We are saying you must be here to refuse us, to hear the words and choose not to speak them, to know the power and choose not to use it. Slytherin sealed us away because he could not trust himself with such knowledge. He was too ambitious, too certain of his own wisdom, too convinced that he alone could wield such power responsibly. But you, Harry Potter, have already held ultimate power and chosen to release it. You carried the Deathly Hallows and walked away from mastery over death. You are perhaps the only wizard alive who has the strength to do what must be done. And what's that? Harry asked, though he thought he already knew the answer. Listen to the seventh tongue when the box opens. Hear the words, understand their meaning, know the scope of their power, and then seal them away again, but properly this time, not with external wards that can be broken, but with internal conviction. Take the knowledge into yourself, but refuse to use it. Become the living seal, the guardian who protects the world, not by hiding the power away, but by choosing moment after moment, day after day, year after year, not to speak the words that could reshape reality. The enormity of it struck Harry like a physical blow. You're asking me to carry this burden for the rest of my life, to always know I could change anything, fix anything, save anyone, and to choose not to, every single day. Yes, the voice said simply, as Dumbledore carried the burden of the Elder Wand, as you carried the burden of the Hallows, as all who hold great power must carry the burden of choosing not to use it. It is the hardest magic of all, the magic of restraint, of wisdom, of accepting that some doors must remain closed, even when we possess the key. Harry turned to Neville, seeking his friend's counsel as he had so many times over the years. Neville's round face was troubled but determined, and he met Harry's gaze without flinching. It's asking you to sacrifice your peace, Neville said quietly. To take on a burden you've more than earned the right to refuse. And I won't tell you what to do, Harry. This is too big, too important for me to make that choice for you. But I will tell you this. If you decide to walk away, to let someone else handle this, I won't think less of you. No one would. You've already given more than anyone should have to give. But, Harry prompted, hearing the unspoken word, but if you walk away, who takes your place? Who else has the strength to hear ultimate power offered and say no? Who else has already proven they can release power rather than grasp for it? Neville's hand squeezed Harry's shoulder. I hate that this has fallen on you. I hate that the world keeps demanding more from you when you've already given everything. But I also know you, Harry, and I know that if you walk away now, if you let this power fall into someone else's hands and something terrible happens, it would destroy you worse than any burden could. Harry closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the decision pressing down on him like the mountain itself. He thought of Ginny and his children, of the peaceful life he'd built, of quiet evenings and Quidditch games in the garden, and all the ordinary precious moments he'd fought so hard to earn. He thought of taking on a new burden, of carrying the knowledge of the seventh tongue for the rest of his days, of always knowing he could save everyone he loved from any danger but choosing not to interfere, not to reshape reality according to his wishes. It would be torture. It would be a prison of his own making, walls built from responsibility and restraint, bars forged from the terrible wisdom that some powers must never be used. But it would also be right. He knew it with a certainty that went bone deep, that settled in his soul like a stone finding its place at the bottom of a river. This was his choice to make, his burden to accept or refuse. And if he refused, if he walked away and let someone less prepared face this test, he would never forgive himself. When? Harry asked, opening his eyes and looking down at the box, at the seals that continued to crack and fracture, at the green light that pulsed like a heartbeat beneath the surface. When will it open? 3 days, the voice replied. Perhaps less. The heirs work their ritual tonight, and each attempt brings the moment closer. You must be here when it happens, Harry Potter. You must be ready to hear and to refuse, to know and to seal away. It is the only path that leads anywhere but ruin. Then we'll be here, Harry said, and his voice was steady now, resolved. We'll wait, and we'll watch. When the box opens, I'll do what needs to be done. Thank you, the voice whispered, and Harry could have sworn he heard relief in it, as if the box itself, or the consciousness that dwelled within it, had been hoping for this answer, had been waiting centuries for someone strong enough to make this choice. Thank you for your courage, Harry Potter. Thank you for your sacrifice. May you find peace in your burden, and may the world never know how close it came to unmaking. The light within the box pulsed once, bright and blinding, and then subsided to its previous dim glow. The voice fell silent, and Harry was left standing on the dais with his friends, committed now to a path he couldn't turn back from, bound by his own word and his own nature to see this through, to whatever end awaited. We should set up a guard rotation, Sylvana said practically, her voice cutting through the heavy silence that had fallen over the chamber. If the heirs come tonight for their ritual, we need to be ready to stop them. And we need to contact the Bulgarian ministry, let them know what we're dealing with, prepare for whatever happens when the box opens. No, Harry said quietly, surprising himself with the certainty in his voice. No ministry, no backup, no extra wizards flooding in to witness this. The fewer people who know about the seventh tongue, the better. This stays between us. You, me, Neville, and anyone else you absolutely trust. When this is over, when the box is sealed again, we tell no one what was really in it. Let the world think we stopped a cult from opening a dangerous Slytherin artifact. That's truth enough. Sylvana studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. You would have made a good Slytherin yourself, Mr. Potter. Very well. We do this quietly, carefully, with as few witnesses as possible. And when it's done, the knowledge of what happened here dies with us. Agreed, Neville said firmly. Some secrets are meant to stay secret. Some powers are meant to be forgotten. They made camp in the chamber that night, taking turns standing watch while the others tried to sleep. Harry took the first watch, sitting on the dais with his back to the box, staring out at the artifacts in their alcoves, at the moving stars on the domed ceiling, at anything but the sealed container that pulsed with green light and whispered promises of godhood. And in the depths of the mountain, in the heart of an ancient chamber sealed by Slytherin's own hand, Harry Potter kept vigil over a power that could remake the world and prayed for the strength to refuse it when the moment came. The second day in the mountain passed with agonizing slowness. Harry, Neville, and Sylvana took turns watching the box, monitoring the spreading cracks in the seals, preparing themselves for what was to come. The green light pulsed more frequently now, like a heart beating faster as it approached waking, and the whispers grew louder, not just in Harry's mind, but audible in the chamber itself, a susurration of ancient syllables that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Twice during that day, the heirs of Slytherin attempted to enter the vault. The first time came in early afternoon, when 5 robed figures appeared at the passage entrance, chanting in their broken approximation of Parseltongue. Sylvana's defensive spells drove them back before they could descend more than a dozen steps, and they retreated with angry shouts and promises to return with greater numbers. The second attempt came near midnight. This time there were more of them, perhaps 15, and they were better prepared, with counter curses and shield charms that deflected Sylvana's initial defenses. It was Neville who stopped them, using his deep knowledge of magical plants to conjure a thick growth of devil's snare across the passage, its tendrils writhing in the wandlight like living shadows. The heirs fled in panic, and Neville carefully removed the plant before it could spread further into the mountain. "They'll be back," Sylvana said grimly as they reinforced their wards. "Tomorrow night at the latest, and in even greater numbers. Word is spreading among them that something is happening here, that the seals are close to breaking. They can feel it, even without the ability to speak true Parseltongue. The magic is calling to them, promising power to anyone bold enough to claim it." Harry nodded, his eyes fixed on the box. The cracks in the seals had spread further, and through them he could see glimpses of what lay within. Not physical objects, but something else, something that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Words written in light and shadow and possibility, waiting to be spoken aloud and made manifest. On the third day, as dawn light filtered down through some hidden shaft in the mountain above, illuminating the domed ceiling with soft gold, Harry felt it. A shift in the magic, a sudden tension like the moment before a storm breaks. The box began to vibrate on its dais, the dark wood humming with contained power, and the green light blazed so brightly that they all had to shield their eyes. "It's happening," Harry said quietly, moving to stand directly before the box. "It's opening. Now." Neville and Sylvana moved to flank him, their wands raised, though what use wands would be against the power about to be unleashed, none of them could say. They stood together as the vibrations intensified, as the humming grew to a keening note that seemed to resonate in Harry's bones, in his very soul. And then, with a sound like breaking glass and distant thunder, and the first word ever spoken. The seals shattered. The box lid flew open, and light poured out. Not the green light of before, but something beyond color, beyond description, a radiance that was somehow every shade and no shade simultaneously. And with the light came the voice, no longer muffled or distant, but clear and overwhelming, speaking in the seventh tongue, in the language of creation itself. Harry heard the words, truly heard them. An understanding flooded through him like a tidal wave. Each syllable carried within it complete knowledge, absolute comprehension of how to reshape reality, how to unmake death, how to rewrite the fundamental laws that governed existence. He understood, in that moment, how to speak the word that would bring his parents back, that would undo Voldemort's existence, that would erase every moment of suffering he had ever endured or witnessed. The temptation was so intense, it brought him to his knees. His lips began to form the first word, the simplest word, the word that meant life and return and restoration. All he had to do was speak it, just one word, and he could have everything he'd ever lost, everyone he'd ever loved. But as the word rose to his lips, he felt Neville's hand on his shoulder, grounding him, reminding him of why he was here. And Harry remembered Dumbledore's words about death being but the next great adventure, remembered Sirius telling him that the ones who loved him never truly left, remembered his own decision at the forest's edge to walk toward death rather than run from it, understanding that some sacrifices could not be unmade without diminishing everything they had meant. The word died unspoken on his lips. No, Harry whispered, and the single syllable took more strength than any spell he had ever cast. No, I refuse. I will not speak the words. I will not remake the world to ease my own pain. The light from the box swirled and condensed, taking form, not a physical form, but something that Harry's mind interpreted as serpentine, as ancient, as impossibly wise. The presence of the seventh tongue itself manifested as something his mortal senses could almost comprehend. You refuse, the voice said, and it was not angry or disappointed, but rather satisfied. Even knowing what you could accomplish, what suffering you could prevent, what losses you could restore, you still refuse. I refuse, Harry repeated, more strongly now, finding his conviction growing with each word, because I've learned that some losses shape us, some pain teaches us, some sacrifices have meaning precisely because they can't be undone. To erase them would be to diminish everything they meant, everything they cost. My parents died to save me. Sirius died protecting the ones he loved. Remus and Tonks died fighting for a better world. To bring them back would be to say their sacrifices meant nothing, that I value my own happiness over the meaning of their choices. Wise words, the presence acknowledged. But what of the future? You could speak the word that prevents all future dark wizards from rising. You could reshape magic itself to make cruelty impossible, to ensure that no child ever suffers as you suffered. Would that not be worth the risk? Harry climbed slowly to his feet, Neville steadying him, and faced the swirling light with all the courage he possessed. No, because people must be free to choose, even if they choose wrongly. Voldemort was terrible, not because he had power, but because he refused to see others as fully human, as deserving of choice and dignity. If I remake the world to eliminate the possibility of that choice, I become the very thing I fought against, someone who imposes his will on all of reality because he believes he knows better than everyone else. The light pulsed, seeming to consider this. Behind Harry, he heard Sylvana's sharp intake of breath, heard Neville's whispered prayer to some old god of protection. But Harry kept his eyes fixed on the presence before him, refusing to look away, refusing to yield. "You understand," the voice said finally, and now it carried warmth, approval, something that might have been relief. "You truly understand what Salazar Slytherin learned too late, that the greatest power is not in speaking the words that reshape reality, but in possessing those words and choosing silence. You are ready to become what we have waited for, not a wielder of the seventh tongue, but its guardian." "What does that mean?" Harry asked, though part of him already knew, already felt the truth of what was coming settling into his bones. "The knowledge cannot be destroyed," the voice explained. "Once discovered, once spoken, once written down, it exists. We can seal it in a box, hide it in a mountain, protect it with wards, but all such protections can eventually be broken. The only true seal is a living one, a mind that knows the words but refuses to speak them, a will that understands the power but chooses restraint. You must take us into yourself, Harry Potter. You must become the living repository of the seventh tongue, the guardian who carries ultimate power and uses none of it." "For how long?" Harry asked quietly. "For as long as you live," the voice replied, "until you die of natural causes, in peace, at the end of a long and meaningful life. And when you die, the knowledge dies with you, sealed away once more in the void between life and death, waiting for the next time it must be discovered and refused again. Such is the cycle, the eternal pattern. Power found and power released, knowledge gained, and wisdom choosing silence." Harry felt Neville's hand tighten on his shoulder. "Harry, you don't have to do this. There must be another way. We could—" "There isn't," Harry interrupted gently. "You heard it, Neville. This is the only way that truly works. And I think part of me has always known this was coming. Ever since I survived that curse as a baby, ever since I became the boy who lived, I've been marked for this. Not by prophecy, not by Voldemort, but by something deeper, by the simple fact that some of us are given burdens precisely because we have the strength to bear them." He turned to face his oldest friend, this man who had stood beside him through so many trials, who had destroyed a Horcrux and faced down Voldemort and grown from a frightened boy into someone whose courage ran deep and true. "I need you to promise me something, Neville. I need you to watch me, for the rest of my life if necessary. If I ever start to change, if the knowledge starts to corrupt me, if I show any sign of wanting to use the words I'm about to learn, you stop me, however you have to. Do you understand?" Neville's eyes filled with tears, but he nodded firmly. "I promise. But Harry, you won't need stopping. You're the strongest person I know. If anyone can carry this burden, it's you." Harry turned back to the swirling presence of the seventh tongue. "I'm ready. Tell me what I need to do." "Simply listen," the voice said. "Open your mind, and we will enter. The knowledge will become part of you, woven into your very essence. You will know the true names of things, the words that command reality itself, and you will carry them in silence, speaking them to no one, using them for nothing. This is your sacrifice, Harry Potter. This is your burden. Do you accept it freely, with full understanding of what it means. Harry thought of Ginny, of his children, of the peaceful life he would return to carrying this terrible secret. He thought of every quiet evening that would now be shadowed by the knowledge that he could change anything with a word, but must choose not to. He thought of watching his children grow, perhaps seeing them hurt or struggle or fail, and having the power to fix everything but the wisdom to let them find their own way. It would be agony. It would be a weight he would carry until his last breath. "I accept," Harry said clearly. "I choose to be the guardian. I choose silence over speech, restraint over power, wisdom over ambition." "Then it is done," the voice said, and the light surged forward, flowing into Harry like water into a vessel, like starlight into darkness, like words written onto a blank page that had been waiting its entire existence to be filled. The knowledge came all at once, the true names of life and death, of time and space, of magic and reality itself. Harry felt each word settle into his consciousness, felt the power of them resonating in his soul, felt the terrible temptation of knowing he could reshape existence with a single syllable. The pressure of it drove him to his knees again, and he heard himself cry out, not in pain, but in the overwhelming weight of what he now carried. But even as the knowledge flooded through him, he felt something else, a companion to the power, a counterweight that Slytherin himself must have woven into the spell. It was the memory of every person who had ever carried great power and used it wrongly, every wizard who had sought to reshape the world according to their vision and brought only suffering. It was the wisdom earned through countless mistakes, countless tragedies, countless moments when those with power forgot that others deserved to make their own choices, their own mistakes, their own meanings, and threaded through it all like a golden cord was the memory of love, of his mother's sacrifice, of Dumbledore's faith, of Ron and Hermione's loyalty, of Neville's courage, of Ginny's unwavering belief in him. The knowledge of ultimate power was balanced by the understanding of why that power must never be used, and Harry felt both settle into equilibrium within him, two weights on a scale that would define the rest of his life. When he opened his eyes, the light was gone. The box sat empty on the dais, just a wooden container with broken seals, containing nothing now but shadows. The presence of the seventh tongue had vanished, absorbed completely into Harry, and the chamber was quiet except for the sound of his friend's breathing. "Harry," Neville asked softly, Are you all right?" Harry stood slowly, testing his limbs, his mind, his soul. He felt different, heavier somehow, as if he carried extra weight that only he could feel, but he also felt clear, purposeful, settled in a way he hadn't been since the day Voldemort died. "I'm all right," he said, and was surprised to find it was true. I'm the guardian now, and I will be until the day I die." He looked at the empty box, at the chamber full of artifacts that suddenly seemed so much less significant than the knowledge he now carried. "We destroy this place," he said quietly. "We collapse the mountain, seal the entrance, make it so no one can ever find these artifacts again. Let them be buried and forgotten. They're not needed anymore." "And the heirs?" Sylvana asked. "We tell them the artifact was empty, that there was never any great power here, just Slytherin's idea of a cruel joke. Let them disperse in disappointment. Let them find other interests. The fewer people who know anything about the seventh tongue, even its name, the better. They worked together through the remaining hours of darkness, setting spells of collapse and concealment, ensuring that when they left this place, it would be sealed forever beneath tons of rock and earth. And when the first light of dawn touched the mountain peaks above, they stood at the entrance and watched as the passage behind them crumbled, as the door with its serpent carvings disappeared beneath an avalanche of stone, as centuries of history and power were buried once more where they belonged. The journey back from the Carpathian Mountains felt longer than the journey there, though the actual distance remained the same. Harry sat on his broom in silence, the knowledge of the seventh tongue weighing heavily in his mind, feeling the true names of things humming just beneath his consciousness, like a song he could hear but must never sing. Every so often, he would catch himself beginning to think one of the words, the word for healing when his shoulder ached from the flight, the word for distance when the miles seemed endless, and he would have to forcibly stop himself, redirect his thoughts, remind himself why silence was essential. Neville flew beside him, close enough that Harry could feel his friend's presence like an anchor, a reminder of why he had accepted this burden and why he must never use it. And behind them, Sylvana brought up the rear, her experienced eyes scanning the skies for any sign of pursuit from the heirs or other interested parties. They landed in the wizarding quarter of Sophia as the sun set, painting the stone buildings in shades of copper and gold. The square was quieter now than it had been 3 days ago, or perhaps it only seemed quieter to Harry, who felt as if he carried a silence within him, so profound that it muffled all other sounds. He was aware of being changed, fundamentally and irrevocably, marked by knowledge that separated him from every other living wizard. At the same inn where they had stayed before, Sylvana secured a private room where they could speak without fear of being overheard. She cast silencing charms and privacy wards with practiced efficiency, then turned to face Harry with an expression that mixed respect, concern, and something that might have been pity. "The Bulgarian ministry will want a report," she said quietly. "They will want to know what was in the vault, what happened to the artifact, whether the threat has been neutralized. What do we tell them?" Harry had been thinking about this throughout the flight, weighing truth against necessity, honesty against wisdom. "We tell them the truth," he said slowly. "Most of it, anyway. We tell them we found a collection of Slytherin's artifacts, including a box that the heirs believed contained great power. We tell them the box was opened and found to be empty, or rather, that it contained only records of Slytherin's research, nothing that could be weaponized or used. We tell them the vault has been collapsed and sealed permanently, and that the heirs of Slytherin should disperse now that their prize has proven to be a disappointment. And if they ask about your Parseltongue," Sylvana pressed, "the heirs have already reported that you were heard speaking the Serpent tongue. There will be questions, concerns. Some will wonder if you claimed the power for yourself." Harry met her gaze steadily. "I'll tell them my Parseltongue returned temporarily, drawn out by the concentrated serpent magic in the vault, and that it has already begun to fade again now that we've left that place, which is true enough. I can feel it slipping away, becoming harder to access." This was a lie, but a necessary one. His Parseltongue was as strong as it had ever been, woven now inextricably with the knowledge of the seventh tongue. but no one needed to know that. And will they believe you? Neville asked quietly. They'll believe Harry Potter, Sylvana said with certainty. The boy who lived, the one who defeated Voldemort, the wizard who could have claimed mastery over death and chose not to. Yes, they will believe him. His reputation is his own best defense. No one who knows his history would suspect him of hoarding power for selfish purposes. It was strange, Harry thought, how the very thing that had made his childhood so difficult, his fame, his notoriety, the weight of expectations and assumptions, had become in adulthood a kind of shield, a protection born from the trust he had earned through years of choosing rightly, even when it cost him dearly. They met with representatives from the Bulgarian ministry the following morning in a formal chamber deep within the magical quarter's government buildings. 3 stern-faced wizards and 2 witches listened as Sylvana presented their report, supplemented by Harry's testimony about the vault's contents and Neville's assessment of the magical protections they had encountered. Harry spoke carefully, mixing truth with strategic omission, describing the box and the seals without mentioning what the box had truly contained or what had happened when it opened. And you are certain the artifact posed no real threat? Asked the eldest of the wizards, a man with a long silver beard and sharp, evaluating eyes. The heirs were convinced it contained power enough to reshape the wizarding world. The heirs were young and ambitious, Harry replied calmly. They saw what they wanted to see, heard what they wanted to hear. Slytherin was many things, but he was also a master of misdirection. I believe the vault was always meant as a test, a way to separate those who truly understood serpent magic from those who merely coveted power. The real treasure was the lesson in humility, in recognizing that not all locked boxes contain the secrets we expect them to hold. It was close enough to the truth that Harry could speak it without his voice wavering, and apparently close enough that the ministry representatives accepted it. They asked a few more questions about the structural integrity of the collapse, about whether any artifacts had been recovered before the sealing, about the likelihood of the heirs attempting to excavate the site again. Harry and his companions answered patiently, weaving a story that would satisfy curiosity without revealing anything that could lead others to seek the 7th tongue. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only 1, the senior wizard nodded slowly. Very well. We will accept your report and consider the matter closed. The Bulgarian ministry extends its gratitude to you, Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, for your assistance in this delicate matter. The wizarding world is safer for your intervention. If only you knew, Harry thought, but did not say. If only you understood how close we came to catastrophe, how narrow the margin between safety and absolute devastation. They were free to leave after that, and Harry found himself eager to return to Britain, to home, to the familiar comfort of his family and his own life. But first, there was one more conversation that needed to happen, a conversation with the heirs themselves. Sylvana arranged a meeting that evening in a neutral location, a small tavern on the edge of the magical quarter, where the lighting was dim and privacy came easily. Dmitri Volkov came alone, as Harry had requested, though his posture suggested he expected danger, treachery, some kind of confrontation that would end in curses thrown and blood spilled. He was younger than Harry had imagined, perhaps 25, with dark hair and intense eyes that held both ambition and uncertainty. When he saw Harry sitting at the corner table, his expression flickered through a dozen emotions: awe, suspicion, resentment, and finally, a kind of desperate hope. "Mr. Potter," he said stiffly, taking the seat across from Harry, while Neville stood watchful nearby. "I admit I did not expect this meeting. I thought you would simply have me arrested, or worse." "I'm not here to arrest you," Harry said quietly. "I'm here to understand, and to help you understand something in return." Dimitri's eyes narrowed. "Understand what?" "Why you were drawn to Slytherin's legacy," Harry said. "Why you sought the vault, what you hoped to find there. Because I don't think you're evil, Dimitri. Ambitious, yes. Perhaps reckless, but not evil. So tell me, what were you really looking for in that mountain?" For a long moment, Dimitri sat silent, his jaw clenched, clearly torn between defiance and the opportunity to be heard. Finally, he spoke, and his voice carried a weight of conviction that Harry recognized all too well. It was the voice of someone who believed deeply in their own righteousness. "I was looking for vindication," Dimitri said, "for proof that Slytherin wasn't the villain history has made him out to be. Everyone speaks of him as if he was some dark wizard obsessed with blood purity and serpent magic, as if everything he created was meant for evil. But I've read his actual writings, Mr. Potter. I've studied his philosophy, and I believe he was misunderstood, that his serpent magic, his Parseltongue research, was meant to advance magical understanding, not to create weapons or spread darkness." "And the vault?" Harry prompted gently. "What did you think it contained?" "Proof," Dimitri said simply. "Proof that Slytherin's greatest work was not the Chamber of Secrets or the founding of a Hogwarts house, but something deeper, a contribution to magical theory that had been hidden away because people feared what they didn't understand. I thought, if we could find that proof, show it to the world, we could rehabilitate Slytherin's legacy. We could show that serpent magic and Parseltongue are not inherently dark, just misunderstood." Harry felt a complicated mixture of sympathy and frustration. This young wizard was not unlike himself at that age. Idealistic, determined to prove something, willing to take risks in pursuit of what he believed was right. But he was also dangerously naive about the nature of power and the reasons some knowledge was kept hidden. "You're right about one thing," Harry said carefully. "Parseltongue isn't inherently dark. I know that better than most. And Slytherin was more complex than history gives him credit for. But Dimitri, some things are hidden not because people fear them or misunderstand them, but because they're genuinely dangerous. Not evil, just dangerous, like dragon fire or basilisk venom, powerful, capable of both harm and good, but requiring wisdom and restraint to handle safely." "And you think that's what was in the vault?" Dimitri asked, leaning forward intently. "Something dangerous?" "I think," Harry said slowly, choosing his words with care, "that Slytherin sealed that vault because he understood something important, that the greatest act of power is sometimes choosing not to use power at all, that the wisest magic is the magic of restraint, of protecting others by keeping certain knowledge locked away." "But the box," Dimitri pressed. "What was in the box? The heirs who touched it, who attempted the ritual, they said they heard voices, felt power, sensed something vast and ancient. What did you find when you opened it?" Harry held Dimitri's gaze and lied with perfect sincerity. using all the skill he had learned from years of occlumency and from bearing secrets too heavy to share. Research notes, theoretical work on the nature of Parseltongue and its relationship to magical creation. Fascinating from a scholarly perspective, but not the source of power you were hoping for. Slytherin was brilliant, but he was also theatrical. He liked to make things seem more significant than they were, to test those who sought his knowledge. The vault was a test, and the lesson was this: the journey to understanding is more valuable than any artifact. He could see the disappointment warring with disbelief in Dimitri's face, could see the young wizard struggling to accept that his grand quest had led to such an anticlimactic conclusion. But he could also see something else, a flicker of relief, perhaps, that he had not unleashed some catastrophe, that his ambitions had not led to tragedy. So it was all for nothing? Dimitri asked quietly. All the research, the expeditions, the risks we took. Not for nothing, Harry said gently. You learned something valuable about yourself, about your limits, about the difference between seeking knowledge and seeking power. And now you have a choice. You can be angry about what you didn't find, or you can take what you've learned and build something better. Slytherin's legacy doesn't need defending through artifacts and ancient vaults. It needs defending through the actions of those who share his house, his gifts. Show the world that serpent magic can be used for healing, for communication, for understanding. That's a legacy worth building. Dimitri sat back, processing this, and Harry could see the exact moment when the young wizard made his choice, when ambition gave way to something wiser, something more sustainable. He might never know the full truth of what the vault contained, but he would move forward, and that was what mattered. Thank you, Mr. Potter, Dimitri said, finally, standing and offering his hand, for not arresting me, for understanding. I think the heirs of Slytherin will disband now. There's no point in continuing without the artifact we sought. But perhaps some of us will find other ways to honor Slytherin's more positive contributions to magical theory. Harry shook his hand firmly. That's all anyone can ask. Build something good, Dimitri. That's the best way to honor any legacy. After Dimitri left, Neville came to sit beside Harry, and for a long moment they sat in comfortable silence, two friends who had shared too many burdens to need words for every thought. You're good at that, Neville said finally, at guiding people toward better choices without making them feel judged or lectured. He believed you completely. Because I told him enough truth that the lie could hide within it, Harry said quietly, and because I meant what I said about Slytherin's legacy. Some of it, anyway. Dimitri isn't evil, just misguided. He deserves a chance to find a better path. And you? Neville asked softly. What path do you take from here? How do you go home to your family, carrying what you carry? Harry was quiet for a long time, feeling the weight of the seventh tongue in his mind, the constant temptation of the true names he now knew. One day at a time, he said finally. One choice at a time. Every morning I'll wake up and choose not to speak the words. Every night I'll go to sleep having kept that choice. And maybe, over time, it will become less of a burden and more of a purpose. Not power I'm denying myself, but responsibility I'm accepting for the greater good. And when it gets hard, Neville pressed, when you see your children hurt, or Ginny in danger, or the world sliding toward darkness again, what then? Then I'll remember why I accepted this burden in the first place, Harry said, turning to meet his friend's eyes. I'll remember that love means allowing those you care for to face their own challenges, make their own mistakes, find their own strength. I'll remember that the world doesn't need a god. It needs people who care enough to do the hard, unglamorous work of making things slightly better. And I'll remember that I have friends like you who will help me stay true to that understanding, even when it costs me everything. Neville's eyes were bright with unshed tears, but he smiled and gripped Harry's shoulder. Always, Harry, for as long as we both live, you're not alone in this, even if you're the only one who carries the knowledge. I'll be there, watching, supporting, reminding you of who you are when the burden makes you forget. They left Bulgaria the next morning, using a portkey that took them directly to the Ministry of Magic in London. From there, Harry went home, to Godric's Hollow, to his cottage, to Ginny and the children who rushed to greet him with shouts of joy and fierce hugs that nearly knocked him over. That night, after the children were in bed, Harry sat with Ginny in their bedroom and told her everything about the vault, about the box, about the choice he had made and the burden he now carried. She listened without interrupting, her hand in his, her eyes never leaving his face. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "I won't pretend this doesn't scare me. The thought of you carrying something so powerful, so dangerous for the rest of your life, it terrifies me, Harry. But I also know you. I know your strength, your wisdom, your heart. If anyone can bear this burden, it's you. And you won't bear it alone. I'm here. The children are here. Neville and Hermione and Ron, all of us. We're your anchors, Harry. We'll help you remember who you are." Harry pulled her close, breathing in the familiar scent of her hair, feeling the solid warmth of her presence. "I love you," he whispered, "more than any power, more than any magic, more than anything the seventh tongue could ever offer. That's my anchor. That's what keeps me human." "Good," Ginny said firmly. "Hold on to that, because that's the magic that matters most. Not the words that reshape reality, but the bonds that give us a reason to leave reality as it is, with all its imperfections and pain and beauty." And there, in the quiet of their bedroom, with the sounds of their sleeping children drifting through the walls, Harry Potter made a silent vow to carry the burden of the seventh tongue with grace, to choose silence over speech every day for the rest of his life, and to find meaning not in the power he held, but in the love he chose instead. Time, that most patient and persistent of magics, moved forward as it always does, transforming dramatic moments into memory, turning crisis into history, and allowing even the heaviest burdens to settle into the rhythms of daily life. Days became weeks, weeks became months, and months became years. And through it all, Harry Potter carried the knowledge of the seventh tongue in silence, choosing each morning not to speak the words that could reshape the world. It was not easy. There were moments, so many moments, when the temptation rose like a tide, threatening to sweep away his resolve. When his daughter Lily fell from her broom during a Quidditch match and broke her arm, Harry felt the healing word rise to his lips, knowing he could mend not just the bone, but ensure she would never be injured again. When his son James struggled in school, facing bullies and self-doubt, Harry knew the words that could give him confidence, strength, protection from all pain. When Ginny's father Arthur suffered a heart attack, Harry stood at his bedside, knowing he could speak a single syllable and Arthur would live for decades more, healthy and whole. But each time, Harry chose silence. He chose to let Madame Pomfrey heal Lily's arm the normal way, to let his daughter learn caution and resilience through her injury. He chose to help James with encouragement and presence, rather than magic, to let his son find his own strength through struggle. And when Arthur recovered on his own, through the skilled work of healers and the fierce determination of a man who wasn't quite ready to leave his family, Harry was grateful for the ordinary miracle of it rather than the extraordinary one he could have forced into being. The weight of it never truly lifted, but it did change. In the beginning, every choice not to use the seventh tongue felt like a fresh wound, a constant sacrifice that left him exhausted and questioning. But as the years passed, the choices became something else. Not easier, perhaps, but more natural, more integrated into who he was. The burden transformed from something he carried despite himself into something he carried as part of himself, woven so deeply into his identity that he could no longer imagine being without it. Neville watched over him, as promised, but their relationship never became one of guard and prisoner, observer and suspect. Instead, they settled into a companionship that ran deeper than their Hogwarts friendship, bound by shared knowledge of what Harry carried and shared commitment to ensuring it was never used. They met for lunch every week, sometimes talking about serious matters, more often simply enjoying each other's company, discussing the latest developments in herbology or the progress of the Auror program, or the small triumphs and tribulations of family life. "You're doing well," Neville would say sometimes, seemingly out of nowhere, and Harry would know what he meant. Not that life was going well, though it was, but that Harry was holding true to his choice, that the burden had not corrupted him, that the power remained sealed behind his determination and wisdom. "Some days are harder than others," Harry would admit in return. "But I remember why I chose this. I remember that some powers are meant to be refused, and that choosing not to act is its own kind of action, sometimes the most important kind." The wider wizarding world remained ignorant of what had truly happened in the Bulgarian mountains. The story that Auror emerged and solidified into accepted history was one of a cult attempting to use dark artifacts of Harry Potter and his companions intervening and finding only disappointment, of an ancient vault collapsed and sealed forever. The heirs of Slytherin disbanded, as Dimitri had promised, and most of its members went on to more productive pursuits. Dimitri himself became a respected researcher in historical magic, publishing papers that examined Salazar Slytherin's contributions to magical theory with scholarly rigor rather than idealistic romanticism. He and Harry corresponded occasionally, friendly letters about magical history and philosophy, and Harry was pleased to see the young wizard grow into someone who sought understanding rather than power, knowledge rather than dominion. Silvana Antonova became a trusted friend and ally, one of the few people outside Harry's immediate circle who knew part of the truth. Not the full extent of what the vault had contained, but enough to understand that Harry carried something significant, something that required vigilance and support. She visited London occasionally, always making time to check on Harry with the practiced subtlety of someone who understood the value of discretion. The mountains are quiet, she would report. The seals hold. The forest has reclaimed the site entirely. Even if someone knew exactly where to look, they would find only trees and stones and silence. Slytherin's vault has returned to legend, and soon even the legends will fade into myth, and the myths into nothing. As it should be. As it should be, Harry would agree, grateful for her steadiness, her matter-of-fact acceptance of the role she had played in this story, and her willingness to let it rest there, complete and contained. Harry's parcel-tongue ability remained, of course, woven now permanently into his magical nature through his acceptance of the seventh tongue. But he used it sparingly, only when absolutely necessary, and he was careful never to let it become a source of fear or fascination for others. When his son Albus Severus was sorted into Slytherin House, to the surprise of nearly everyone but Harry himself, Harry shared with him the truth that Parseltongue was not inherently dark, that serpent magic could be used for protection and communication and understanding, as well as for darker purposes. The magic itself is neutral, Harry told his son on the Hogwarts Express platform before Albus's second year, crouching down to meet his eyes. It's what we choose to do with it, how we choose to use it. That determines whether it's light or dark. You understand that, right? You're in Slytherin House, and that's not something to be ashamed of. It's something to honor by showing the world what Slytherin values can create when they're guided by wisdom and compassion. Albus nodded solemnly, and Harry saw in his son's eyes a determination that reminded him of himself at that age, the fierce desire to prove something, to be worthy of a legacy that felt both precious and complicated. He hoped Albus would find his own path more easily than Harry had found his, unburdened by prophecies or dark lords or the weight of worlds hanging in the balance. The years flowed by like water, each one adding new layers to Harry's understanding of what it meant to be the guardian of ultimate power. He watched his children grow and make their own mistakes and find their own strengths, and he resisted the constant temptation to smooth their paths, to speak the words that would make everything easier. He watched friends face challenges and losses, and he grieved with them rather than saving them, understanding that grief and loss and struggle were not enemies to be vanquished, but experiences that shaped and deepened and made life meaningful. When Ron and Hermione's marriage went through a difficult period, Harry did not speak the word that would fix their relationship. Instead, he listened to Ron's frustrations and Hermione's tears, and he offered the kind of support that honored their agency and their capacity to work through problems themselves. When they emerged from that difficult time stronger and more committed than before, Harry felt a satisfaction that was more profound than any magical intervention could have provided. When Ginny's career as a sports journalist faced challenges from younger, more ambitious writers, Harry did not use magic to ensure her success. Instead, he encouraged her to adapt, to evolve, to find new ways to tell the stories that mattered to her. When she eventually transitioned into writing long-form magical sports history, creating works of scholarship that would be read for generations, Harry knew the accomplishment was entirely hers, earned through her own talent and determination, rather than granted through magical intervention. The temptation never completely vanished, but it did become something Harry learned to live with, the way one learns to live with an old injury that aches in cold weather, always present but manageable, no longer dominating every thought and action. He developed strategies for coping with the most difficult moments, meditation practices that Hermione taught him, grounding rituals that Neville designed using principles of herbology, and simple habits like walking in his garden or playing with his grandchildren when they eventually came along, activities that reminded him of the value of ordinary magic, of the small everyday miracles that required no cosmic intervention. On his 50th birthday, Harry sat in his garden at Godric's Hollow, surrounded by family and friends who had gathered to celebrate. His children were adults now, pursuing their own paths and building their own lives. James worked as an Auror, following in his father's footsteps, but making the role his own with a sense of humor and lightness that Harry had never possessed. Albus taught defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, bringing to the position a deep understanding of how magic could be used to protect without dominating. Lily had become a healer, choosing a path of service that made Harry's heart swell with quiet pride. Neville sat beside him, greyer now, but still strong, still watchful, still the steadfast friend he had always been. They watched the younger generation playing a casual game of Quidditch in the field beyond the garden, their laughter carrying on the evening breeze. 13 years, Neville said quietly. 13 years you've carried it, and you've never faltered, never used it once. There have been close calls, Harry admitted. Moments when I was certain I would break, when the temptation was so strong I could feel the words forming themselves on my tongue. But then I'd remember why I accepted this burden. I'd remember that love means allowing people their own journeys, even when those journeys include pain, and I'd choose silence again. Do you regret it? Neville asked. Taking on this burden? Harry considered the question carefully, watching his grandchildren, Ron and Hermione's children, and his own children's children, shrieking with delight as they chased each other through the garden. No, he said finally. I don't regret it. It's made me more patient, more humble, more aware of the difference between power and wisdom. It's taught me that the greatest magic isn't in changing the world to match our desires, but in accepting the world as it is while still working to make it better through ordinary means, through love, through effort, through the slow, patient work of building and healing and growing. That's the most Dumbledore thing you've ever said, Neville replied with a gentle smile. Harry laughed. I suppose he'd be pleased to hear it. He spent so much time trying to teach me about power and its proper use. I think I finally understand what he meant, that the mark of true power is choosing not to use it, that wisdom isn't knowing what you could do, but knowing what you shouldn't do. As the evening deepened and stars began to appear in the twilight sky, Harry felt a profound sense of peace settle over him. The burden of the seventh tongue was still there, would always be there until the day he died, but it had become integrated into his life so thoroughly that he could hardly remember who he had been before accepting it. The guardian role had shaped him, had made him wiser and more compassionate and more aware of the preciousness of ordinary life. He thought of Slytherin, of the ancient wizard who had discovered ultimate power and been wise enough to seal it away, who had created a test that would wait for centuries for the right person to pass it. And he thought of all the guardians who might come after him when his own death eventually released the seventh tongue back into the void, waiting to be discovered again by someone who would face the same choice, to use or to refuse, to speak or to remain silent, to reshape reality or to let it be. And I hope, Harry thought, that whoever comes next will make the same choice I did. I hope they will understand that some powers are meant to be refused, that some doors are meant to stay closed, that some words are meant to remain unspoken. The gathering went late into the night, with stories told and memories shared, with laughter that echoed across the garden and songs sung by voices young and old. And through it all, Harry sat surrounded by love, the love of family and friends, the love that had saved him as a baby and sustained him through every trial since, the love that was more powerful than any magic he could ever speak or refuse to speak. When finally the guests departed and the house grew quiet, when Ginny had gone up to bed and Harry stood alone in his garden under the stars, he felt the weight of the seventh tongue one more time, felt the temptation rise as it had risen thousands of times before. He could speak a word, just one word, and ensure that nights like this would last forever, that his family would never know loss or pain or grief, that the happiness he felt in this moment would be permanent and unshakable. But instead, Harry chose silence. He chose to let this moment be what it was, perfect and temporary, precious precisely because it would not last, meaningful exactly because it existed within time rather than outside it. He chose to let the future unfold naturally, to trust that his children and grandchildren would find their own way through whatever challenges awaited them, to have faith that the love he had given them would be enough, even when he was no longer there to offer it. "Thank you," he whispered to the stars, to Slytherin's ancient wisdom, to the burden he carried and the choice he continued to make. "Thank you for trusting me with this. Thank you for the strength to refuse. Thank you for the wisdom to understand why refusal is necessary." The stars offered no answer, but Harry didn't need one. He knew the truth that the seventh tongue had taught him, the truth that had become the foundation of his guardianship, that the greatest magic was not in the words that could be spoken, but in the silence that chose not to speak them, not in the power that could be wielded, but in the restraint that chose to set power aside, not in the ability to reshape reality, but in the wisdom to let reality remain as it was, imperfect, challenging, painful, but also beautiful and meaningful and true. And so, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the guardian of the seventh tongue, the wizard who held the power to remake reality and chose instead to let it be. Harry Potter went inside, locked the door behind him, and climbed the stairs to where his wife waited. He slipped into bed beside her, felt her nestle close in sleep, and allowed himself to drift toward dreams, secure in the knowledge that he had made the right choice. Tomorrow, he would wake and make the choice again, and the day after that, and the day after that, for however many days remained to him, until finally, when his natural span of years had run its course, and death came to him as it came to all mortal things, the knowledge of the seventh tongue would die with him, sealed once more in the space between life and death, waiting for the next guardian to find it and face the same test he had faced. And now, dear listener, our tale is complete. Harry has found his peace, his purpose, his path through the burden he carries. The serpents sleep once more in their mountain tomb. The words of creation remain unspoken, and the world continues turning in its ordinary, miraculous way. Let yourself follow Harry into sleep now, into dreams of gardens and grandchildren, of choices made wisely and love given freely, of burdens carried with grace and power, refused with wisdom. Let the story settle into your heart like a gentle rain, nourishing without overwhelming, teaching without preaching. You are safe, dear listener. You are comfortable. You are drifting now into the deepest, most peaceful sleep, where no serpents whisper and no choices weigh heavy, where there is only rest and renewal and the soft darkness that cradles all living things. Sleep now. Sleep deeply. Let the tale of the serpent's pact fade into pleasant dreams, and may you wake tomorrow refreshed, renewed, and ready for your own ordinary miracles. Good night, dear friend. Sleep well, and may your own choices be wise, your own burdens light, and your own legacy built from love rather than power.